What's going on, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well. So, we have some major breaking news. We have Hurricane Beryl about to make, I guess you could say, landfall on the Windward Islands. Right now, it is a Category 4 hurricane. How's it going, Leviticus? Everyone says 5 by 5. Glad it sounds good. Thank you guys for the confirmation. I appreciate it. So we have some live cameras here from the Windward Islands and from Barbados. And we're going to be monitoring this storm. It's going to be making landfall on these areas over the next couple of hours. So some of these cameras may go down in a little bit once the wind starts to pick up. Yeah, it's still a Category 4, that's right. Still a Category 4. So I'm going to give you guys an update on that, and we're just going to be monitoring it overnight. What's going on, Arnold Schmidt? How's it going, Ross Niederman? So yeah, this is a record-breaking hurricane. It's the strongest June hurricane of all time. So that's pretty serious. Okay, strongest June hurricane of all time. So it is expected to continue to strengthen over the next 2 days or so. So it could even reach Category 5. We'll have to wait and see. There are some hurricane models showing this thing going all the way to eastern Texas. So, it could make landfall on Texas. Paleo Greenbird, good to see you. Greg, sorry about last night. For some reason, YouTube kicked my video back about an hour, yet the chat was still live, so I couldn't tell that you were answering my questions. Your mods did a great job helping me figure this out. Thanks for all your support, Paleo. I really appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the generous donations. Hope you're having a good Sunday night. Cats 1964, good to see you. New York Adventurer, Toolmaker, Lisa Lee, Gene W, Jimmy Rance, Rodney Middleton. So the camera on the top left is in, I think that one's in Martinique, and the rest of the cameras are in Barbados. So this is directly, basically, in the path of the hurricane, or slightly to the north of it. But let me just share with you guys the latest information that I have. Now, the National Weather Service said that this thing was going to be a Category 3. They said maximum 120 mile an hour winds, and we're already surpass that. Now the next update is going to be in about 40 minutes, so we'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center very soon, but they have been under forecasting, or kind of they've been, a little bit too conservative when it comes to reporting on this. So I would take anything they say with a grain of salt. So let me just show you guys the latest warning cone. So we have this thing, a major hurricane all the way until Jamaica. Okay, so it's going to be a major hurricane for a very, very long time. It has the opportunity to really get strong and do a lot of damage. Jersey TX, thank you for the donation. Thank you, and God bless you. You are so appreciated. Thank you so much, Jersey TX. I really appreciate that. It's very nice of you. Yes, Ross, I know. I just said it could get to a Category 5. I just said that like 3 times. I know. It's going to definitely get close to a Category 5. If not, it will go to a Category 5. So this is insane. This is a record-breaking hurricane, guys. Strongest hurricane to form in June. So we're going to be covering this the rest of the night. And obviously, if anything happens with the Middle East, I will go live on that and cover that. Yes, U.S. bases in Europe are still on high alert. Jimmy says, I would hate to be on a cruise right now in the Caribbean. Yeah, that would be really annoying. You'd have to find a way off the cruise and stuff, and they'd have to like reschedule. No problem, Ingrid. Oh, I'm sure Jim Cantori's getting ready, but maybe he doesn't go to those places. I don't know. Yeah, Azov Mana could be fulfilled by Belarus. That's right. Yep. It very much could be fulfilled by Belarus. So here's the latest cone from the National Weather Service. They currently have it at a maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. And it has a minimum pressure of 958 millibars. So it's really getting strong. So let me just read to you guys the latest here, but let's see. National Hurricane Center has this thing peaking out at 145 miles per hour 12 hours from now. So tomorrow morning they have it peaking out at 145, and then it's going to gradually weaken and then re-strengthen possibly once it gets to the Gulf. I think it's going to hit Category 5 because they were wrong before. They said, oh, it's only going to be 125, and now they're saying 145, so add like 10 miles an hour to whatever the National Hurricane Center says. Yeah, it's going to peak out at 145. That's what the National Hurricane Center is saying right now. Tony Durbin, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Keep up the work. Keep up your work, buddy. We are behind you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It means a lot that people are behind me. Thank you very much. They were wrong with Katrina. Yeah, that's right. They were wrong with Katrina. They're usually pretty wrong. Greg for president. That's funny. Has Israel attacked Lebanon? No, not yet. They haven't actually started their main campaign yet, but it's coming. Don't worry. It's going to happen when you're not expecting it. We currently have a nuclear war command and control plane, actually 2 of them in the air tonight, right now, which is pretty unusual for a Sunday night. So we got these 2 guys up in the air right now. We have 2 nuclear war command and control planes in the air right now, which is pretty unusual for a Sunday night. And yes, we are just days away from Israel going into Lebanon. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So that's still going to be coming. Tony T, thanks for the donation. Hi, Greg, and everyone from down under. Wishing you are all safe up there. What a time to be alive. It's all happening. And thank you, Greg, once again for all your work and advice. No problem. I appreciate that. Thank you for the donation. YouTube is blocking me from donating or joining. That's really strange. Thanks for letting me know, Leanne. That's very concerning. How's it going, Tam and Rod? Titan Intel, how's it going? Good to see you. And thanks to all the moderators for showing up. Appreciate you guys. Mr. Nate Fitz, thank you for the donation. How's it going, Dory from Australia? YouTube was messing with me last night as well. Yeah, there was a couple of donations that people sent that didn't go through until later. It was really bizarre. So yeah, my night is going good. Thanks for asking. How's it going, Karen Littleton? Resistor, thank you for the gifted memberships. Can you guys hear me talking over the waves? If not, I'll mute the waves. That's just from the screen, the webcams. I want to hear the wind and stuff and kind of have the sound on those cams to hear what's going on. Okay. All right, it's perfect. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, you can start to hear the wind picking up over there now. I heard it earlier on some of the cameras. The wind was picking up. But, yeah, we have 2 nuclear war command and control planes in the air. We have 1 off the coast of North Carolina doing loops over here. And we have 1 over Indiana right now, which is, you know, pretty unusual for this time on a Sunday night to have these up in the air. It's not too common. Cajun Michelle, thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. I hope you got some rest. Thanks for all you do. Yes, can hear you just fine. Thank you, Cajun. I really appreciate that. And yes, I did get some rest. Thank you for the donation and for the concern. 31 Red Ball, thank you for the donation. Thank you, Greg, for military updates as well as storm info. Yeah, no problem. I'm still monitoring all the military information, but right now this hurricane is taking a priority because it's a major situation here. So I am monitoring the military situation, and you know, I'll always keep that on my radar. It's just this is a very serious hurricane here. It's a record-breaking hurricane, guys, and it's about to affect millions of people on these islands. We currently have a combat Sentinel taking off from Okinawa. These planes are responsible for conducting reconnaissance for the Joint Chiefs of Staff and for the President. Looks like it's going to make a run either up into Korea or near the Taiwan Strait. But let me just update you guys on this hurricane. Let me read to you the latest advisory here from 5 p.m. They're going to do a new update at 11 p.m., a new big update in just 30 minutes. So I'm going to read to you the latest that I have here. So after rapidly strengthening for 2 days straight, Beryl's intensity appears to have leveled off. The extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane has a circular 10 nautical mile eye with mesovortices within it. However, the convection in the eye wall has become a little less symmetric over the last few hours as it has eroded a bit on the south side. The initial intensity is held at 115 knots, which is near the high end of the latest satellite estimates. Both the NOAA and Air Force hurricane hunters are scheduled to investigate Beryl again later this evening. So the hurricane hunters are flying over it right now, so we should get a hurricane hunters update soon. So the hurricane hunters, if you don't know what they are, they're U.S. military Air Force, and they fly into hurricanes to get better info about them. Okay. Beryl continues to move swiftly westward at 18 knots, steered by a strong subtropical ridge to its north. A continued, relatively quick westward to northwestward motion is expected during the next several days, as subtropical ridging remains the primary steering feature. Only a minor shift to the north has been made this cycle following the trend in the latest models. Fluctuations in strength are common in major hurricanes in conducive environments, and it is expected that Beryl will also fluctuate in strength for the next day or so. There is high confidence that Beryl will remain an extremely dangerous hurricane through landfall in the Windward Islands. As the hurricane tracks across the Caribbean Sea, there likely will be a gradual increase in wind shear, which should induce a slow weakening trend. However, it should be emphasized that Beryl is forecast to remain a significant hurricane during its entire trek across the Caribbean. The National Hurricane Center intensity forecast is an update of the previous one, and in good agreement with HCCA and IVCN models. So again, I would take anything the Hurricane Center says with a grain of salt, because they were super wrong last time. So just take it with a grain of salt. You know, they're always trying to downplay the seriousness. You know, I don't know why, but that's just how they operate. Yeah, it's going to stay a major hurricane all the way across the Caribbean, okay? So that's definitely not good. Potentially catastrophic hurricane force winds, a life-threatening storm surge, and damaging waves are expected when Beryl passes over portions of the Windward Islands, with the highest risk of the core in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada beginning early Monday morning. Hurricane warnings are in effect for much of the Windward Islands. Heavy rainfall and localized flooding are expected across the Windward Islands through Monday. So Yeah, it's going to peak out at 145 miles per hour, which is just absolutely insane. Lee Billy, thank you for gifting all those memberships. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good Sunday night. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that. Hope the wind doesn't knock off the cameras. Yeah, I think it will, to be honest with you. I think the wind will knock off the cameras eventually. So, unfortunately, hopefully not. I mean, it would be nice to be able to see the storm coming in. So in case you guys missed my update earlier, it looks like something's about to go down in Europe. The U.S. military has put their bases on high alert. They're at Force Protection Charlie right now. So something's about to go down in Europe. Vanessa, thank you for gifting those memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you. Thank you. The cameras will go. Hopefully not. I guess we'll see. Cajun Michelle, thank you for gifting those memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good Sunday night. Thank you. I should do a poll. Okay, we could do that. That's a good idea. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So it looks like, let me show you guys the radar now, or the satellite. It's still a good distance away. I mean, as you can see, the surf is not that high. It's still, but it's getting close. Let me just see if I can get that up on the screen. Okay, so this is the latest satellite here. So there's the storm right there. So it's getting close. The cameras are on these little islands here. This is a 24-hour loop. So it's, you know, moving at 15 to 20 miles an hour, so it's moving quite slow. It might not actually hit these cameras until the morning time. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm going to leave the cameras up overnight so we can see the storm getting closer. Cro-Magnon, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. And no problem for the updates. Thanks for the support. Thank you so much. And Curious Life, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. So let me see, how do I do a poll? Here we go. Let me do the poll. There's a lot of people saying that this could be a, false flag. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. The situation in Europe. Some people are saying it's a false flag. Sounds good, Vanessa. I'll check. Thank you. And thanks, Ross, for all the info. I appreciate it. We have brawls breaking out in New York City at the Gay Pride Parade. Wow. Brawls breaking out at the Gay Pride Parade. Numerous brawls erupted between attendees. There's riots going on in France right now after the right wing in France won the elections, and there's now riots going on in France. Interesting. We got multiple aerial refuelers coming in from Taiwan area. Combat Descent is heading northeast. It's pretty interesting. We just had a EAM come in. Got the Hurricane Hunters aircraft flying near Puerto Rico right now. Looks like it's done. It finished its reconnaissance. You can see it was flying low over here. It was just a test count. Someone just did a test count on the nuclear forces frequencies. So this is the Hurricane Hunters aircraft here. Oh, looks like there might be a second Hurricane Hunter. Interesting. What's that? Oh yeah, there's two of them. Look. One's a NOAA and one's a U.S. Air Force. So yeah, they're still flying there. Look, the NOAA completed theirs, and now the Air Force Weatherbird WC-130J is flying through. See if I can share that with you guys. So the new forecast should come out in just about 15 minutes. We have some breaking news. We have more U.S. warships entering the Mediterranean. We have another U.S. warship entering the Mediterranean. The USS Mount Whitney has just entered the Mediterranean Sea. It's another sign that we're about to go to war over there. The Mount Whitney is an amphibious command ship. Amphibious command ship USS Mount Whitney has entered the Mediterranean Sea. The USS Mount Whitney has entered the Mediterranean Sea, where she will likely link with the USS Wasp amphibious ready group in the Eastern Mediterranean. in order to assist with military evacuation operations if they need to be conducted for American citizens in Lebanon. When the war first began in Israel, the Mount Whitney was off the coast of Israel with the USS Bataan Amphibious Ready Group. On board was the commander of the 6th Fleet, Vice Admiral Thomas Ishii. Interesting. We have more warships entering the eastern Mediterranean. Wow, you can really hear the wind picking up now. Listen. You can hear that wind blowing on the camera. EAMs are quiet right now. There was just a test count earlier, but nothing too crazy going on at the moment. Manny Cruz, thank you for gifting those memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good Sunday night. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. You're always so generous. Thank you. Sugar Wookie says, are you still monitoring the flight channels in case we have another culinary event? I sure am. Yep. I'm always monitoring them all the time. If anything happens, I'll definitely let you know. Yes, I just talked about those E6s off the East Coast. Yep. I just talked about that. I was just talking about it. You must be getting, you must have gotten in late and missed that part. Yeah, we can say a prayer. Absolutely. We can definitely say a prayer. Gene W., thanks for tuning in. I hope you have a great night. Are there any oil platforms in the path? You know, there probably are, because it's supposed to hit close to Venezuela and Guyana. It's going to be kind of close to some of them, I think. So yeah, it could affect those oil platforms potentially. We'll have to keep an eye on them. So yeah, I'm going to say a quick prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Dear God, please protect all the people in the path of this hurricane. Please protect all the people that are living in war zones in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe. God, please give our leaders the wisdom and courage to do the right thing and make the right decisions. And God, please watch over this country, the United States of America. Please keep our country safe. And please help shelter the homeless and feed the hungry in places like Africa and all over the world. In your name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You can really hear that wind now picking up. Beryl is mentioned in Revelation. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Where in Revelation is it mentioned? That's interesting. Carrie Edwards, thank you for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Tony Durbin says, One Nation Under God. Thank you, Carrie and Tony. Appreciate you guys. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Looks like you guys are about 50-50 on the cameras surviving the storm. Looks like 54% say no, 46% say yes. Immortal Beloved, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate your channel. Thank you. I really appreciate your channel. Thank you. Thank you so much, Immortal. I really appreciate that. I hope you had a good weekend so far. You can see the waves are getting larger. The waves are starting to pick up over there. You can see they're getting bigger and bigger. The waves are starting to get bigger, and you can see the palm trees starting to move a little bit. You can hear the wind. So yeah, it's coming. You hear that wind. Wow, Kent Reader, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Thanks, Greg, for all your hard work and all the headaches along the way. God bless you. Thank you, Kent. I appreciate that. That's a very generous donation. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good Sunday night. Yeah, sometimes you can get headaches doing this constantly. That is true. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So the new update should be out any minute now from the National Hurricane Center. It's going to be interesting what the hurricane hunters found out on their trip to the center of the hurricane. So far it doesn't look too bad over there. I mean, it looks, you can see the surf is starting to get a little bit more. Oh wow, did you see that? It looks like there was just some lightning or something. Oh wow, look at the lightning. Wow. There was just some big lightning right there. Wow. Hopefully you guys got to see that. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. If not, you can rewind it like a minute or so, and you'll see the lightning there. Yep, bottom left. Huge lightning strike. What's going on, Tim Treadway? Have you ever been in a hurricane or nor'easter? Thank you for all you do from Kingsport. Oh, cool, Kingsport. I was just in Kingsport for Memorial Day. I know Kingsport. I drove through there. Yeah, I've been in several hurricanes. You know, because, you know, living in New York, believe it or not, hurricanes sometimes go all the way up to New York. It's pretty rare, but it happens every now and then. So, yeah, I was in, the strongest hurricane that I was in would probably be, well, I was actually a baby, which was Hurricane Gloria. And that was, I think, it might have reached Category 3 when it hit Long Island. And then, as an adult, I think it would probably be like Hurricane Sandy, maybe. Probably Hurricane Sandy or Irene, Hurricane Irene. I think one of those two. And yeah, I've been in numerous nor'easters. Yeah, numerous. I mean, when I lived in New York, it was every winter we would get multiple I mean, nor'easters are, be like every week you get a nor'easter with snow, 1 to 2 feet of snow, and 30, 40 mile an hour winds, sometimes more. So yeah, definitely been in a lot of them, a lot of tropical storms and stuff. Tropical storm Lee, I remember, caused a lot of flooding in the part of New York that I lived in. There was some very serious flooding after Tropical Storm Lee, and then Irene. Just a lot of flooding from them. Cajun Michelle, thanks for the donation. The sound of the waves are so relaxing. Oh, I'm glad you like them. Yeah, it is relaxing. It's nice to look at the Caribbean and wish you could be there. Yeah, you can start to see the waves are getting a little more aggressive now. You can see the waves are getting. There's still nothing super crazy or anything, but you start to see that the waves are picking up a little bit more, and you can see the palm trees moving. Thank you again, Cajun Michelle. Appreciate the donation. Lee Billy, once again, thank you so much. Manny Cruz, Calio Greenbird, Kent Reader, Immortal Beloved, thank you guys for the donations. Really appreciate it. Cats Don't Care, how's it going? Good to see you. But yeah, I've never been in like anything stronger than probably a Category 2. I remember like when Hurricane Sandy, I mean, we got like the remnants of Sandy because I wasn't close to the landfall area, but it was still, the wind was strong, and Irene was pretty strong. I remember, I think Irene hit us as like a Category 1, which is nothing, but the wind was crazy. It's just like a steady wind, against the side of your house. It's pretty scary, The videos on TV, like the Weather Channel, they don't do justice. When you're actually like near a hurricane and you hear that wind just pounding the side of your house, it makes you feel like you're not safe anywhere, I went through Katrina. It was bad. Oh wow, yeah, Katrina is just absolutely was insane. Yeah. Yeah, Katrina, that was terrible. Yeah, that's why I tell people not to live in hurricane-prone areas, because it's a very real situation. In Puerto Rico, Maria was pretty bad. No power for 6 months. I remember that. Yeah, I remember Maria, when Puerto Rico lost power for like 6 months. Yeah, that was insane. I remember that. I remember watching the videos of the all the Puerto Rican police like patrolling all the neighborhoods at night because they were afraid of like crime and looting and everything. Mr. Garrison says, I used to live in Florida. And then right behind this hurricane, we have another one, another disturbance that could turn into a hurricane right behind it. So, yeah, generators are good. Absolutely, have a generator. Wow, I went through Katrina. Yeah, Katrina was just off the charts insane. Katrina was one for the record books. Yeah, generators are good until you burn all the gas out. And then that sucks, because then during a storm situation, it's hard to find gas. So if you have a generator, use your generator sparingly, Like what we used to do when I lived in New York and we had a power outage from like a hurricane or nor'easter or something, we would keep the power off and just run the generator for like an hour just to take a shower and stuff, and get the fridge going again and cool everything down in the fridge. Obviously keep your fridge closed, and then shut the generator off. You don't want to just keep it running the whole time because it guzzles through fuel like crazy, you know. Generators guzzle through fuel. I remember, I think it was, it might have been Sandy or like Irene. I remember that there was just huge lines for gas. People were trying to fill up their generators because some of the area where I lived, some areas had no power for like 2 weeks. And I remember people, you know, they would fill up their generators and there were huge lines. And a lot of the local gas stations ran out of fuel because, you know, there was so much demand, and they were on like their last tanks basically before the next trucks could get in, which was difficult because there was a lot of trees down and stuff. So it was so bad people would fight you for gas and water. It was insane. Wow. Yeah, it's just like in the movies. I heard a man pulled a gun on a man for fuel. Wow. Yeah, gas generators are also very loud. Yep, that's correct. Good thing to do if you're going to run your generator while you're sleeping or something. Number one, make sure you have good ventilation so you don't get carbon monoxide. But number two, I would chain your generator to something so nobody steals it, you know, because if you leave your generator unattended, someone could come in and steal it, you know. I mean, with bolt cutters, you could easily cut chain, but nobody's going to expect you to chain your generator, you know, but it would at least slow them down a little bit, you know. Yeah, Generacs are good. I used to have a very large portable Generac. That thing was so loud, but it would power so much stuff. Yeah, Generacs are good. I know generators are illegal in certain states. I think in California you can't even buy a generator anymore. Yeah, FEMA was a miserable failure. Yeah, and Katrina was a good case study for what could happen when society collapses. You know, Katrina's like the perfect case study of how the government behaves and how people behave, you know. So, it's a good case study for preppers. These cameras are located in Barbados, and then there's one camera in Martinique. I believe on the top left, it's in Martinique. On the top left, so. Yep, tropical depression 2 by Mexico is now tropical storm. So let me share with you guys the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Let's go through that now that it's 11 o'clock and they've updated the forecast here. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. So we got Tropical Storm Chris now, just south of Texas in Mexico. Beryl is still at 130 miles an hour, Central pressure 958 millibars, so it seems to have kind of plateaued. And then we have this other disturbance here with a 70% chance of development. So yeah, they still have it at 130 miles an hour. Minimum pressure 959. Tropical storm Chris is up to 40 miles an hour, 1005 millibars. So this is crazy, guys. I mean, we got 3 systems here, and it's not even July yet. I mean, this is crazy. Let's see what they're saying about Chris. So it looks like Chris is going to go up into Mexico, but it's going to dump over 12 inches of rain, which could cause mudslides in higher terrain. Wow. Absolutely insane. Look at this rainfall potential. 12 plus in this part of Mexico here. San Luis Potos and Querétaro. 12 plus. A large area of 6 to 8 inches or more. So, packing quite a punch. Optimus Vader, thanks for the donation. My family was in Puerto Rico when Hurricane Maria hit the island. My dad told me that in some buildings made of block, the wind ripped the stucco. Wow. That's crazy. To rip the stucco off? Man, that is just totally insane. That's crazy. That's like a power washer couldn't even do that. So here we got Hurricane Beryl. Let's see the latest cone. So this is the latest cone. So they have it as a major hurricane all the way across the Caribbean. Looks like it might weaken before it reaches Jamaica. So Jamaica may be lucky. But this is the latest cone, and then they have it weakening to a tropical storm by the time it gets to the Gulf of Mexico. But we'll have to wait and see. You know, it could re-intensify once it gets out here in the Gulf, because the water is very warm here, so it could re-strengthen. It says by Friday 8 p.m. they have it as a tropical storm in the Bay of Campeche, so it could re-strengthen and go up into Texas. We'll have to wait and see. Hurricane warning is in effect for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadine Islands, Grenada, and Tobago. Tropical storm warning in effect for Martinique and Trinidad. Tropical storm warning in effect for Dominica, south coast of Dominican Republic from Punta Palenque westward to the border of Haiti. The south coast of Haiti from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anse de Nault. So, pretty interesting. Now, I do have one camera on Grenada, but it's dark right now, so I don't know if we'll be able to see much. I might pull that camera up in a sec, but it looks like Grenada's going to get a direct hit. So here's the latest update. At 11 p.m., the eye of Hurricane Beryl was located near latitude 11.5 north, longitude 58.1 west. Beryl is moving toward the west near 20 miles an hour. A continued quick westward to northwestward motion is expected during the next few days. On the forecast track, the center of Beryl is expected to move across the Windward Islands Monday morning and across the southeastern and central Caribbean Sea late Monday through Wednesday. Beryl is a Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Maximum sustained winds are near 130 miles an hour with higher gusts. Fluctuations in strength are likely during the next day or so, and Beryl is expected to remain an extremely dangerous major hurricane as its core moves through the Windward Islands into the eastern Caribbean. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 30 miles from the center. The minimum central pressure based on Hurricane Hunter aircraft is 959 millibars. So not much change. It's basically the same thing. Not much, didn't really strengthen a lot more or anything. It's basically the same. So Hurricane Beryl is expected to produce rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados and the Windward Islands through Monday. Localized maxima of 10 inches is possible, especially in the Grenadines. This rainfall may cause flash flooding in vulnerable areas. Wow. Large swells generated by Beryl are expected across Windward and southern Leeward Islands during the next couple of days. Swells are also expected to reach the southern coast of Puerto Rico and Hispaniola in the next day or so. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Okay, so very serious, guys. Not a time to be at the beach. So that's the latest forecast. That's their latest. Let's see, we have another update here. This is a more detailed update. Let me see if I can I'll put the cameras back on so there's something to look at. There are a few pieces of evidence that show that Beryl is in the middle of an eye wall replacement cycle. The clear eye seen on infrared satellite earlier today has become a little bit more clouded over during the past few hours. In addition, data from the last leg through Beryl from both the Air Force Reserve and NOAA Hurricane Hunters indicate concentric eye walls, which also matches current radar imagery we are receiving from Barbados Meteorological Service. An earlier SSMIS microwave pass at 2150 UTC also showed a formative outer moat forming outside the smaller inner eye wall. In response to the evolving structure, 700 millibar flight level winds from the NOAA and Air Force planes are a little lower than observed earlier today, and the latest round of Dvorak estimates also support a slightly lower intensity. However, the initial intensity will remain at 115 knots for this advisory, given a couple of dropsonde observations in the northeast quadrant of Beryl's inner eye wall. So it's undergoing a eye wall replacement cycle right now. It says here, given the evolution of Beryl's inner core structure tonight due to the aforementioned ERC, it would not be surprising to see a short-term fluctuation down in Beryl's peak winds, though Beryl is expected to remain a dangerous hurricane as it crosses through the Windward Islands tomorrow morning. In fact, there could also be a bit of re-strengthening after the ERC completes in the Eastern Caribbean, and that is reflected in the short-term forecast. ERC is eye wall replacement cycle. So they're saying it could fluctuate and weaken a little bit in the near term, in the next few hours, while it's replacing its eye wall. But then once it replaces the eye wall, you know, it's like giving birth to a monster, you know. Then it's going to really intensify. And that's where we could see the peak intensity of potentially 140 miles an hour. They're showing 140 mile an hour winds in 24 hours. So, pretty crazy. What's going on, Duramax? How's it going? Good to see you. TW Perry. How's it going, TW Perry? Wow, more lightning. Check it out. You guys see all the lightning? Look at that. Wow. Some pretty serious lightning, so the storm is getting closer for sure. Yeah, so it's getting closer. The storm is getting closer. Glad you're doing great, TW Perry. No problem, Alan Markham. No problem. Vanessa says this stream is the closest I'm going to get to seeing a storm. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I would love to see a hurricane. I mean, it would be kind of fun. As long as I was in a safe location, it would be cool. The cameras are in Barbados. 3 cameras in Barbados and 1 in Martinique. But I think I'm going to replace the Martinique one with one from Grenada because I think Martinique is too far away from the center of the action. Yeah, concrete bunker or a really sturdy concrete building. Hurricanes are scary when you're in a strong one. Yeah, I bet. It's like being in a bomb. Sounds good, New York Adventurer. Have a good night. And happy birthday to you. New York Adventurer turned 23, I believe, right? See, some people are bitching that the waves are too loud. Crazy. That's fine. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. You can see the waves are really starting to pick up now. Wow, more lightning. Look at the lightning there. More lightning. Could it be Russian weather control? That's interesting. Yeah, it's possible. Anything's possible, yeah. Could be. Jessica says the cameras are really cool. I'm glad you like them. Took me a little while to find them, so glad you like them. Looks like one of them is effed up right now. Let's see if I can fix that. It's going to be interesting to see the storm come in. We still got a couple more hours, but it should start picking up pretty soon. Ross Snyderman is back in the house. Teresa Dunn says, think about this. Greg brings so many people together. I try my best. Sorry guys, I'm trying to find another camera here because the one camera was a little too far away and it had buffering issues. Thank you, Melissa Jackson. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ross says I'm back to join the party, the hurricane party. The hurricane party. I'm trying to find another camera here to replace the other one. So the other one was a little too dark. Man, these islands look so nice though. I wouldn't mind going there. Even if there was a hurricane. Look at that water. It looks so nice. You can see the winds are really picking up on these cameras here. Wow. You can see the palm trees are moving. Waves are really picking up now. You can see those waves are getting bigger and bigger now. The song by the Beach Boys came on today. Oh yeah, the Beach Boys, yeah. Yeah, the Beach Boys. Such a classic. Yeah, the Barbados is just amazing. It's beautiful, beautiful place. Yeah, so the surf is definitely getting angrier. You see the waves are getting bigger and bigger. So far, EAMs are quiet. Thank you, Rodney Middleton, for sharing my sponsor out. I appreciate it. They just ran a culinary ad on this stream. That's funny. We may see our first Category 6 storm ever this year. Sounds good, Felicia. Sounds good. Enjoy the rest of your night. The storm is going to be crossing over where these cameras are in Barbados, probably in the morning in a couple hours. It's going to be in a couple more hours. But the outer bands of the storm are already making their way over. So, I mean, as you can see, you can actually hear the wind on the cameras, and you can see the palm trees shaking now. Oh man, that water looks so nice though, doesn't it? I wish I could just jump right in. Right now I would go in there. Yeah, the top left camera, very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, the Barbados is really nice. I'm not being sponsored by Barbados or anything like that. Mainsail test count. It's good to know. Thank you. Wow, looks like, let's see. Yeah, we still have one E6 in the air. It was out in the Atlantic all night. We currently have Jake 17, a reconnaissance plane, about to take off in the UK. Yeah, the war in Lebanon is imminent, guys. It's imminent. The war in Lebanon is imminent. Any day now it's going to happen, so enjoy the relative peace we have now. Don't hasten the moment. I don't know if any of you guys ever watched Nut and Fancy back in the day on YouTube. He used to do a lot of videos on SHTF, and he had this one video he did called SHTF Don't Hasten the Day. And the whole video was about how a lot of people just like want SHTF to happen. And then when it actually happens, those people are going to be crying because it's not going to be as fun. It's fun when you're at home and it's comfortable. You got your power, your AC, got your refrigerator with cold beverages. But man, it really sucks when the power goes out and you actually have to live in that kind of environment. It's not that fun anymore. So I'm going to have a full update in the morning or in the afternoon on the war situation. Unless something happens before then, I'll have a full update in the afternoon tomorrow on everything that's been going on. Should I make a sleeping video with the waves crashing? That's funny. It's a good idea, actually. I'm going to leave the stream up overnight so we can see the storm coming in. But you can see the waves are getting more, you know, more serious now. Like in the top left, top right, the waves are getting more prominent. Hang on one sec, guys. I'll be right back. Jimmy says, I think I saw a mermaid swim by. You know, I actually got some margaritas in my fridge. I kind of want to crack one open. Have a margarita. It's a good opportunity for it. I'll be right back, guys. A couple minutes. Not sure what you mean about number 3, Melissa. Yeah, next update will be at 2 a.m. Samantha, I think it's probably going to be in the coming hours. Probably, I would say in about 12 hours is when it's maybe 6 to 12 hours. I thought it was going to hit tonight, but it looks like it's moving slower than they predicted. But already the outer bands of the storm are starting to reach the cameras here. You can see the waves picking up. Yeah, I think it's going to grow to a Category 5 also. Thank you so much, Vanessa, for moderating. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's 12:12 on the East Coast. Yeah, I think the eye of the storm. Now, keep in mind, the eye of the center of the storm. I mean, it doesn't have to be the actual center of the storm before you start to see the effects. We're going to start seeing some of these effects in the next, probably, I would say in the next hour or two, as the outer bands of the storm start to move their way in. Yes, I agree. Vanessa is a great mod. I completely agree. And I'm very blessed that she's here. And you're a great mod too, Aldo. Right, yeah, you can see effects 100 or so miles away. Viper Optics says Black Cat heading towards Lebanon again, and an aerial refueler also heading north. Yes, I did see the Black Cat. So we have a U.S. Navy drone heading towards Israel again. Another night, third night, actually probably fourth or fifth night in a row. These U.S. Navy drones. The right front quadrant of the hurricane is the worst part. Yes, that's true. Yep. Very true. I'm not sure what your question is, Eric Kaufman. Weather synopsis. How's it going? Good to see you. Right front produces tornadoes upon landfall. Yes, the force protection level is still at Charlie across U.S. bases in Europe. Yes, that's correct. I do have some information from a credible source, a subscriber of the channel who's a sergeant in the Wisconsin National Guard, and he was telling me that China's planning to make a move on Taiwan by the end of the year. So, credible source from the Wisconsin National Guard who had a intel briefing recently over the weekend said that China's going to make a move end of 2024, beginning 2025. Yeah, there's a lot of models showing that it's going to hit Texas. Yep. There's a lot of models showing it's going to hit Texas. Culinary event. I don't know. Does anybody want to explain what culinary event is? That was about a month, actually it was 2 months ago now, in April, when we came very close to nuclear war. And there was one radio operator by the name of Culinary, and he was like extremely positive and exuberant for how serious the situation was. And we were all covering it live here on this channel. You can rewatch the whole night. I have it saved in a separate playlist. Yeah, there was what sounded like several B-52s that were about to launch missiles on Iran, and then at the last minute they called it off for whatever reason. And we were tracking it live here on the nuclear war frequencies. Yeah, it was a crazy night. Thank you, TW, for sharing that. Definition of culinary night, historic. Yeah, it was very crazy, and it just shows you how close we always are to nuclear war and something serious going down. You know, it could happen at any time. I didn't even expect that to happen. You know, I had zero idea. For me, I was just going to do a normal, update. And all of a sudden, my friend called me and we were listening to the radio. And I heard all these Skymaster messages being broadcasted. So I said, I better go live. And then it turned out that they were broadcasting arming codes for the bombers. And we were tracking some aerial refuelers that took off at the same time from the UK, and they were heading down towards the mouth of the Mediterranean. And we were listening to these bombers reading off authentication codes for like 8 hours straight. And it was definitely not an exercise, because there were no scheduled exercises, and they don't do exercises on nuclear war frequencies. And there was also one radio transmission. It was, I think it was Sigonella, which is a radio station, and there's a base in Sigonella, obviously, but there's a station there for the nuclear forces, and they were communicating with a bomber. And the bomber, I think, or was it, no, Sigonella was asking the bomber if it was real world or exercise, and Sigonella and the bomber said real world. And then there was at one point, you can actually hear the klaxon alarms going off when the bombers were opening up their bomb bays to release the weapons. You could hear the klaxon alarm, to let the pilot know that the bomb bay doors are open. You could actually hear it in the background when they were transmitting. When they were transmitting the messages, the launch codes, you could hear the alarms in the background. It was like, and you can rewatch the whole night. There were a lot of large channels that tried to bash me, but there were also some channels that came to my aid and backed me up. It was Steve Quayle and Mike from Around the World from Paul Begley channel. Both of them backed me up and said that this was legit. And then there were other guys like Texas News Studio, who was bashing me and did a whole video about how I was scaring people. I think he was just jealous that he didn't figure it out before me. And, but yeah, that was right before Israel retaliated against Iran, correct. And it was actually, yes, Sigonella is a major NATO base in Italy, that's correct. And this was the week that everybody was just waiting for Israel to launch their strike on Iran. This was the same week, and right before Culinary Night, it was like either that day or the day before, I remember I was doing a red alert. And in my red alert, I was talking about how Israel had already tried to strike Iran twice, and they aborted at the last minute. and this was like the day before or the day of culinary night that information came out that Israel had already tried twice and then they aborted. And then, so we were just all waiting to see what Israel was going to do to retaliate. This was after Iran launched the missiles. And I think it was on a Wednesday night. It was a Wednesday night, and then Israel ended up retaliating on like the following Saturday, so like 2 or 3 days after culinary night. But I do believe culinary night, they were planning maybe some kind of big strike on Iran with B-52s, and that's what we were listening to, were the B-52s getting the arming codes. They were reading the arming codes, not the launch codes, but the arming codes. Arming codes are different because there's a whole sequence that they have to follow before they actually launch a missile. But they were authenticating the arming codes, which are 4-digit codes, and they were reading them back and forth to each other and arming all of the missiles. And at that point, they were basically ready to launch, and for whatever reason, they never launched. So they backed out at the last minute. But we were for sure just waiting for the news that the U.S. launched missiles at Iran, and we were like that close. I mean, it was crazy. And at one point, they even armed the Minuteman missiles too, because the Minuteman missiles are 3-digit arming codes, or 3 characters. They were reading off 3-character arming codes and 4-character arming codes. And from what I understand, the 3 characters is for the Minutemans, and 4 characters is for everything else, and bombers. So yeah, that was insane. But Mike from Around the World and Steve Quayle actually came to my help, because there were a lot of people talking bad about me, saying that I was fear-mongering and that it was all fake news and this was a big exercise. A lot of people stabbed me in the back, including people I thought were my friends, made nasty videos about me. The guy, Texas News Studio, he made an entire video about my video on his Rumble channel. I used to watch that guy. I used to be a fan of his. And, I mean, it was just heartbreaking to see these people attack me simply because I had the story and they didn't, and they were just jealous, basically, is what it was. Sunkissed said I had to put electronics in Faraday bags. Yeah, Jerks is right. I don't understand, why people feel the need to attack other people. Like, I just don't understand why you would publicly attack someone else. For what? I mean, they have no proof that it was an exercise. They were just trying to put me down, basically. You could see the waves are really picking up. If you look at the top camera, the top 2 cameras and the bottom left, you can see the waves are really getting larger now. But that's not really a house out there. What that is that's that's like some kind of I don't know what you would call that. It's like it's just like a little pier thing. It's not a house. Nobody lives there, at least not as far as I know. It's like just like maybe a bar or a restaurant or something on the water. Man, could you guys imagine living there? Just every day going on the beach and having a margarita, and then at night going to the restaurant, having some fresh fish for dinner, having a couple more margaritas. I mean, that's just amazing, the life over there. It's like no stress over there. I mean, it's crazy. Cajun says, don't let those people stress you out. Yeah, I mean, they don't stress me out anymore, but um, it just really pissed me off, and especially when there were people that, I actually supported their channel and I shouted them out, and then they turned around and bashed me. That was like, the biggest lesson I learned is not to really support people on YouTube, because you just really don't know who these people are. Like half of these people I never meet in real life. How can I trust someone I've never met before? Um, you know, wow, the waves are really getting big over there. Look at those waves. But yeah, the lesson I learned is be careful who you shout out. I'm not going to shout people out anymore unless I know for sure that I can trust them and they're not going to stab me in the back. NYPrepper says it gets old. Have you been in the Caribbean a lot? Is that how you know that it gets old? Jenny says, "Stop it now. I want to go." Yeah, just imagine like not having to work. You know, just like living off the land. Like a lot of those people in the Caribbean, a lot of them don't even really work much. They kind of just like have a little farm. They catch fish and they have some goats or something. They hang out on the beach and play soccer. You know, have margaritas, party all night. I mean, it's just like the ultimate life. No traffic, no stress, no nasty people. You know. NYPrepper says, I lived in the Philippines. Oh, okay. The Philippines look like a nice place. Yeah, I do plan to leave the cameras up all night. That's correct. That's my plan. Um, Thank you for tuning in, Rising Dragon. New polls put Biden at 55% and Trump at 45%. Yeah, don't get too excited about Trump winning yet. You know, don't get too excited. I'll believe it when I see it, because they're going to try everything to stop that from happening. That's why I'm kind of like not getting super excited about it, so I don't get disappointed or something. Yeah, you can't trust mainstream polls. That's true. But a lot of the polls are also right too. Some of the polls are fake. Some of them are right. It really depends. Depends on the poll and stuff. Okay, I'll keep the ocean sounds going. I kind of lowered them a little bit so they wouldn't drown out my voice, but yeah, it's polls are polls. Can't really trust polls. I'm just gonna wait and see what happens. That's all. That's all you can really do. No sense in getting worked up. That bungalow is gonna get smashed. It might, yeah. You can see there's some boats out there too. You can see there's a couple of sailboats out there. There's a couple of sailboats out there. They're going to get smashed too. I hope not. I mean, they're under a hurricane warning though, so you can really see the waves picking up now. Surf is getting stronger. But nothing super crazy yet. These are in Barbados. All these cameras are in Barbados. I do have one camera from, I have one camera that I'm going to save for the morning time. It's from Grenada. I think it's either in Grenada or one of the islands that are going to be like directly in the path. But they don't have any night vision there, so I'm going to wait until morning time to put that one up. So yeah, the surf doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look bad at all. It's probably nice with that breeze from the storm, the wind, you know, it kind of feels good, that breeze, rather than humid, stagnant air. It's probably a nice, refreshing breeze. Yeah, I mean, these places, they don't have any snow, no ice. It's just warm all year long. It's all year the same temperature. Oh, thanks, Sean. Yeah, they should have some water purification, but maybe they ran out, or there's no deal on them. Hopefully it helped you out. I ordered a bunch of their potassium iodide lately. They had a sale for potassium iodide. It was like $15 a bottle on My Patriot Supply. I couldn't help it, but I opened up a margarita now. Sipping on a margarita. I think living in the tropics with no seasons messes with your mind after a while if you're not from there. Yeah, it could be, yeah. It could be, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure after a while you miss the snow and you miss the four seasons, you know. But I mean, for me, I lived up in the northern part of the U.S. my whole life, so it would be something different. But yeah, I could imagine after like 2 or 3 years, I might get burnt out, and I may miss the snow. But I think some of those Caribbean islands, they have really tall mountains that even get snow. Like in Jamaica and in Cuba, they have mountains that are like 5,000 feet or something, and they even get snow up there sometimes. So, but I could be wrong. Tiffany says snowstorm, several feet. So I'm going to have a full update tomorrow, or later today actually, a full update on the war in Ukraine and China and stuff, and Lebanon. The top left camera is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it is. You should see this camera during the day. It's just pure white sand, the whole beach. The whole beach is just white sand, and it's like wide open. It's like it just wide open and not a lot of people on it. It's not like crowded, you know. What's nice about some of these islands here, like Barbados, they're not as crowded as like Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic, or like, Cancun. Some of these islands here, they're less crowded with tourists, so the beaches are quieter. They're not as busy and jammed up, Wow, more lightning. You guys see the lightning there? You can see the lightning on the top left and bottom left. I'm going to check the radar real quick. See what's going on the radar. Yeah, so the storm is getting close. Yeah, the storm's getting quite close to these cameras. I would say probably even in the next 2 hours or so, we're going to start to see some big changes on these cameras. We're going to see a lot bigger waves. You can actually see the waves getting quite large now. They're starting to crest over more. You can hear the wind really picking up. Yeah, I like the winter time actually. Don't get me wrong, I like snow. That's one reason why I stayed up north. I had an opportunity to move to Tennessee like 3 years ago, and I canceled because I would have missed the snow. I am a snow lover, but still, I mean, I would enjoy going here. I just don't know if I'd want to live there full time, maybe, but for a couple months I could easily stay there. You can really hear the wind picking up. I wonder how long the power is going to be. Look at the waves where the bungalow is. Those waves are really cresting. Look, let me make that larger. You could look at the waves by the bungalow here. You can see the waves are quite large now. You can see this wave, look, it's cresting. It's pretty, they're getting pretty big. Yeah, I guess getting stuck on an island can have its drawbacks for sure. And yeah, I'm sure the humidity is insane, but you know, you could always jump in the ocean and cool off. That's the nice thing. But I'm sure at night it's probably pretty warm at night still. Yeah, so probably very soon we're going to see. You can hear the wind picking up. The Hurricane Hunter's aircraft is flying through the hurricane right now, actually. U.S. Air Force, the Hurricane Hunters are right through. They're flying over it now. Wow. You hear the wind? Yeah, the wind is picking up now. Wonder what the tide is here. Let's see. When's the next high tide? Let's see. Oh, more lightning. Got more lightning. Yeah, so the next high tide looks like we're kind of at high tide right now almost. And then it's going to go down to a low tide at 7:36 a.m. So I think we might be at high tide right now, or right around it. So it's going down to a low tide. Low tide at 7:36 a.m. and then there's going to be another tide, a high tide at 1:48 p.m. So we're right around high tide right now. That's probably why the water's so close. If you look at the water's so close to the beach, but should start going down to a low tide, or it might already be on its way down to a low tide now. Yeah, I think we're right at like high tide right now. So we're hearing some unconfirmed reports now that F-16s are already in Ukraine now. Unconfirmed reports. Look at the top left camera. You can see the waves are really coming in close to the beach. Look, more lightning now. But that tells you that we're right around high tide. So we're right around high tide now. probably within the next hour or two, we're going to start to see some pretty big changes here, because the outer rain bands and the outer storm bands are just super close now. So yeah, our American military bases are still on high alert in Europe. They're still at Force Protection Charlie. Israeli intelligence is reporting that Iran is speeding up its smuggling of weapons to Hezbollah with advanced air defense systems and anti-tank systems. Wow. The Israeli military fired flares at the Egyptian border south of Rafah. Soldiers serving at U.S. bases in Europe are prohibited from wearing uniforms in public areas. A credible, anonymous U.S. Department of Defense official claims there is credible intelligence indicating attacks on U.S. bases in Europe in the coming days. North Korea test-fired 2 ballistic missiles in the Sea of Japan. A short-range ballistic missile was launched in the early morning hours yesterday. South Korea's military said in a statement. About 10 minutes later, a second missile was detected. I got a lot of cool videos I'm going to release in the coming days. Some firearms videos. How's it going, Bob Lopez? Jimmy says, I have a strong feeling that pretty soon nukes will be fired. Yes, I totally agree. I think it's going to end up with Putin nuking Ukraine. That's what I think is going to happen. Any indication of threats to bases? Yeah, they're saying that credible intelligence is saying that within the next couple of days something could happen. Could be some kind of an attack. How's it going, Amy Josephson? I'm gonna speed up the chat a little since there's less people in here now. Sounds good, Cazetta. Have a good night. I hope you have a good Monday. Yeah, how are you feeling, Lee? How's your condition now? How do you feel? If Russia uses tactical nukes, will NATO fire nukes at Russia? I don't think NATO would fire nukes at Russia unless Russia nuked NATO. I don't think they would fire nukes at Russia. If Russia nukes Ukraine, I don't think they would do it over Ukraine. If they nuked Poland or the Belarus or something, then yeah. But I don't think for Ukraine, I doubt it. I think they would just respond a little bit more than what they've been doing, but not much more. To be honest, maybe they would I don't even know if they would strike Russian troops. I think they would be afraid to even strike Russian troops, you know, with conventional means. Not with this president. Maybe with a different president it would be different, but this president, I mean, I think he would be a scaredy cat to do anything, but I could be wrong. Two State Department planes leaving Baghdad. Did Poland ever get nukes from the U.S.? Not yet, as far as I know officially. Maybe unofficially they did. Officially they applied. They put in a formal application. We don't know if they've been approved yet or not. The way it works is that there's a separate committee in NATO that would have to vote to approve it. So it would be the nuclear sharing countries. They would have to vote and approve it, and then ultimately the U.S. would have to approve it because it's the U.S., it's their nukes, you know, so it would be up to the Biden administration to approve it. So it would be up to the Biden administration to make that ultimate decision if Poland would get the nukes or not. But yeah, they formally applied, so I think they're going to get them. It's just a matter of time. I don't know exactly when that's going to be, but it could be under Trump if Trump gets elected. Because Trump had really good relations with the Polish president. And actually the Polish president recently went to visit Trump. So I'm sure they talked about it. So yeah, I personally think Biden would be a scaredy cat, and I don't think he would give Poland the nukes. But I think Trump would do it. I'm actually 100% certain Trump would give Poland nukes. Simply because he's good friends with Poland, and he likes the Polish president, and I think he sees the importance of having a strong stance in the eastern part of Europe. Ukraine massing troops. Thank you, Vanessa. Yeah, Ukraine is not massing troops on the border of Belarus. That's fake news. And I'm sure that Santiago's probably not even a real person. It's probably a Chinese or Russian bot. You know, they have these big bot farms where they literally have like one person that controls like 100 accounts, and they literally go into live streams and they post all these BS comments. So think about that the next time you get mad at a troll, and realize that that's probably not a real person even, it's just a bot, you know. Natalie and Tigers says 200,000 subscribers soon. That would be amazing. If I could hit 200,000, that would be amazing. You know, 150 would be a nice milestone. 150. Do you guys like these nightly streams? I'm going to try to keep doing them. I enjoy them, actually. I'm going to try to keep doing them. I might take some breaks here and there, obviously. NYPrepper says, yeah, streams. I wouldn't put it past Biden to nuke Russia or start a war with them. That's the only way he's staying in office. Hello from South Central Kentucky. Oh, very cool. I was in Kentucky in beginning of May. Or no. Like, yeah, was it beginning of May? I think it was beginning of May I was in Kentucky. I like Kentucky. Yeah, I think he could do that, or he could, you know, they could do this bird flu thing. That's the latest thing that everybody's talking about, is that they're gonna, you know, release the bird flu before the election and cancel the election and stuff. Thanks, Greg. Shoot the Smith & Wesson 44 SHTF pistol one-handed. Oh yeah, definitely. I got a special firearms video just for 4th of July. I should probably start editing it tonight, 'cause it's almost 4th of July. Alerts coming in for Israel. You missed my fireside chats? Yeah, those were fun. I should do them again. I can do those again. I have a bunch of wood I gotta burn anyway. Natalie says, I've been waiting to tell you that. Is that people in the water? I don't think so. I think those might be like birds or something. They look like birds floating around, but yeah, maybe they are people. Who knows? Maybe they're skinny dipping. Thoughts tomorrow about the Supreme Court decision? I'm not sure, actually. I don't even know what Supreme Court decision is it. Yes, I do have several thermal optics. I'm going to be doing a review of a new thermal I just acquired for my rifles. I'll do a review of that. I have the new Burris thermal. I'll do a review. Oh, thank you, Natalie. I'm glad you like my video playlist. Have I ever shot a machine gun? Yes, I have some videos actually. If you go into my playlists, I have a full auto playlist. So yes, we have a range over here. There's actually a lot of full auto ranges in PA where you just pay them money and they let you shoot different things. But yeah, there's one range closer to Pittsburgh that I went to last summer, and I have a few videos from that. I shot a full auto AK suppressed. I shot a Glock full auto Glock, full auto AK suppressed, full auto MP5 suppressed. Oh, this was an interesting one. I shot the full auto 50 Beowulf. That was interesting. That actually, because the AR is it was in an AR style rifle, and so it was light. It just didn't even have a scope on it, so maybe 6 pounds. And that 50 Beowulf was just crazy recoil with a full auto. So I got the 50 Beowulf full auto, and then I shot the 308, which the G3. I shot the G3 full auto as well, and yeah, I shot those. That was fun. I really enjoyed the full auto Glock. That was the coolest thing. I really enjoyed the full auto Glock, and actually the full auto AK was really cool too, because the full auto AK, it didn't have a lot of recoil. The recoil was just like a little tap, especially suppressed. It was just super smooth. But the full auto G3, the 308, was pretty severe recoil, and also the full auto 50 Beowulf was pretty severe too. I mean, it's not like I couldn't shoot it or anything, but you wouldn't want to shoot it all day, It would beat you up. Yeah, I'd like to go back again. Maybe I'll go this summer again. It's just it costs a lot of money. They charge per magazine, and it's like a good couple hour drive. But maybe I'll go back again. It was fun. I'd like to actually shoot the full auto. They had an M4, they had an M16, they had like all the classic, 90s war movie rifles. They had AKs, M16, like true M16s, true M4s, true MP5s. So that was really cool. Like some of those rifles they had there were actually, like, you could see that they were actually not replicas. They were truly old, because you could see by the wood and the metal that they were worn out, and they were legit like MP5s, AKs, M16s, M4s. They also had a 50 BMG Browning, fully automatic, belt fed. They had a belt fed 50, and then they had belt fed. They had an M60 actually too, a belt fed 7.62, and then they also had a M240, which is the 5.56, squad automatic weapon. So yeah, they had belt feds there too, which I'd like to shoot next time I go. But this was in Pennsylvania. Dragon Man's has a 50 cal. That's awesome. I'll have to. Yeah, it's fun. It's just expensive, right? But you go once in a while. It's not a big deal. Every year or every 2-3 years, I think it's worth the money. Is Dragon Man in Colorado? How did I like the MP5? It didn't really have much recoil at all. It was like shooting a 22. It was very little, almost no recoil at all. Yeah, it was fun to shoot. I mean, yeah, I didn't have any issues with it. It was smooth, Yeah. Prep Mom says I'm in PA too. Florida, Tampa area. Tampa's nice. You guys got nice oceans there too. Yes, I'm in Pennsylvania, correct. I'm in north central Pennsylvania. I moved here 3 years ago. Immunity decision? What immunity decision is that? Am I a member of Kettlefoot Gun Club in Bristol? Are you talking about Bristol, Virginia? Or Bristol, Tennessee? And the answer is no, I'm not. Get the Rocket Alert app. Oh yeah, the Rocket Alert app. It's called Sofar. Tzofar. Sofar. That's the name of the app. Or they have a website too. I can actually share it if you want to look. I'll show you guys on the screen. Take a look. Yeah, there was some a couple minutes ago. There were some alerts. Looks like in southern. Looks like probably Hamas launched something because it's close to Gaza. Let me see. Yeah, it's close to Gaza, so most likely Hamas launched something. See, it's close to Khan Yunis. I don't know about you guys, but I think Israel should just take this whole section here and incorporate it into their country. and just annex it. They should just annex Gaza. I mean, it's their territory, you know. And the Sinai Peninsula used to be theirs too. Israel used to go all the way down to the Suez Canal. The Sinai Peninsula belongs to Israel too. The Egyptians took it from them. FN57 or XD40. Depends on what you're trying to do. If you're just going for the fun factor, you want something cool and fun to shoot, I would go with the FN57. If you want like a more serious everyday carry, I would go with the XD40. I mean, not to say that the FN57 is not good for EDC, but it's more expensive and it's larger, and for EDC you just want something cheap and reliable. You don't want to carry your coolest guns with you every day and beat them up, you know. So like my everyday carry is a Glock 20 because it's plastic, it doesn't rust. You know, I don't carry like my 1911s or anything like that, or I don't even carry my 44 that much anymore because I'm afraid of beating it up. I still carry my 44, but not as often as my Glock 20. Yeah, I would go with, for EDC, I would get the XD40 for maybe general purpose, like general purpose SHTF, or for the cool factor, I would go with the FN57. That's my recommendation. Yeah, so these rocket alerts are because of Hamas. Hamas launched some rockets. It's just such BS, you know, how the UN just treats Israel like crap, basically. And you just look at how small Israel is compared to their neighbors, you know. They're so tiny. Their country is so small. Jimmy says your EDC is a Glock 20 also. Yeah, it's a good one to carry. It's a lot of power. And if you go into the woods a lot, like I go in the woods a lot, and I live in the country, so there's always animals everywhere, and bears and elk. So I feel a little safer having something a little larger, more powerful. You know, but if I lived in like an area or where I wasn't going in the woods much, I would maybe just carry like a snubby 357 or something. If Trump has immunity from prosecution regarding J6. Okay, yeah, see, I don't follow a lot of that stuff. I don't get into the weeds too much with all that J6 crap, you know. So I'm sorry, I don't really know what's going on with that. I don't get into the weeds too much with that stuff. It's just very aggravating, so I just tune it out altogether. It's kind of toxic. Truth of a video I saw of Raptors intercepting a SpaceX rocket in California. I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about F-22s? F-22s intercepting a SpaceX rocket? Cindy says, I gotta go. My husband wants to talk to me. He has been pouting since the debate. Okay. Have a good one, Cindy. I I don't know if they're going to take the weapons away. They're going to try. I don't think they'll be successful everywhere. Oh, St. Mary's. I don't give away my exact location, but St. Mary's is not too far. It's not super close, but it's not that far. I'm in the same general area as St. Mary's. So yes, I live in PA Elk Country. Gun won't get anyone into heaven. That's true, it won't. But it's not going to keep you out of heaven either. The Bible says you can defend yourself. So maybe it was the F-22. Yeah, F-22 Raptor. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about them intercepting a SpaceX rocket. That's interesting. Unless it was some kind of an exercise where they were practicing on, intercepting missiles or something. Maybe. It could be. I personally didn't hear anything about it, but it's very possible that, they were practicing, like, intercepting missiles with F-22s or something. Maybe it was a Boeing Starliner. I'll be right back, guys. Be back in a couple minutes. Hey guys, how's it going? Sorry about that. I had a bunch of stuff I had to catch up on around the house. Wow, the wind is really picking up now. And the surf is just insane over there by that little bungalow. That looks pretty crazy. The waves are quite large. Wow. How's it going, Jimmy Rants? Yeah, it's a very serious storm. Yeah, I had to do some laundry, and I was also just prepping some brass for the range tomorrow. So I was just doing that. Yeah, the water's coming up. The waves are quite large. Look at that. The waves are, and you can hear the wind a lot more now. And the palm trees are swinging more. A lot more waves. How's it going, Cheryl Marie? Storm surge is coming in. Look at that bungalow. That bungalow is pretty it's taking a beating now. And that beach is also taking a beating too. Wow. Yeah, look at the storm surge. You can see it now. Look, it's the waves are crashing into the bungalow. Look. Oh man, look at you see the bottom there? Under that bungalow, the waves are crashing under it. No, I never shot a 50 BMG pistol. That would be pretty insane. Look, the water's smashing into that bungalow there. Wow. Yeah, that bungalow's gonna get hit hard. I don't know why they would ever build one out there like that. I would never do that. There's actually, it looks like some yachts. If you look right behind the bungalow, there's a bunch of yachts over there. You can make them out. They look like they're anchored over there. But yeah, this is crazy. Wow, the wind is really picking up now. Yeah, the yachts will be for sale very cheap. That's funny. Let's just see some of the other cameras and See what's happening with them. Wow. Look on the bottom right. If you look on the bottom, actually here, I'll blow it up and make it larger. You guys can see. You can really see in this camera the wind. You can see the palm trees blowing. Over here you can see the palm trees there. I actually have a second camera angle of that bungalow. Maybe I can put that up. I have another camera of the bungalow. It's on the opposite side of the bungalow. Dr. C-Mac says I get most of my breaking news here. Oh, thank you. Takes a long time to otherwise sift through all the news as completing my daily postdoctoral research and general workload. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm helping you out in that way. Yeah, I guess you probably like those short updates then, like the 20-minute updates. Probably like those. The next war update is going to be tomorrow or later today. I'm not doing a war update now. Just covering the hurricane. So next war update will be probably in about, I don't know, 8 to 10 hours for the next war update. But yeah, next storm update, I think at 5 o'clock. They're doing another full update, and then they should have done an intermediate update like 45 minutes ago. Let me double check that. Yeah, the waves are really strong now. You can really see the storm surge here now. On the top left camera, you can see how close the water is creeping into the beach, even though the tide is supposed to be receding. These cameras are great because you can even see at night, you know. Yeah, I'll check on the update here. Oh, it looks like it weakened a little bit. The storm weakened, but they said that would happen. So they said that it would weaken a little bit. It's down to 120 miles an hour. Central pressure 965 millibars. It's about 110 miles east-southeast of Barbados. So it's getting, you know, the outer part of the storm is already near Barbados now. So I told you guys it would take about another hour or two and we would start seeing the effects. I think in probably about an hour or two from now, I think it's going to be insane on these cameras. The wind and the waves are going to be starting to get pretty intense. So, great fishing after a hurricane as the fish get all stirred up. Oh, I didn't know that. I always thought the best fishing is before a storm because the fish can sense the storms coming. They're saying here, Beryl approaching Windward Islands, life-threatening storm surge expected to begin within a few hours. Life-threatening winds and storm surge expected to begin within a few hours. Wow. Let's see. So at 2 a.m., the eye of Hurricane Beryl was located near latitude 11.5 north, longitude 59.1 west. Beryl is moving toward the west near 20 miles per hour. A continued quick westward to the west-northwestward motion is expected during the next few days. On the forecast track, the center of Beryl is expected to move across the Windward Islands this morning, across the southeastern and central Caribbean Sea, late today through Wednesday. They're saying maximum sustained winds are near 120 miles per hour with higher gusts. Beryl is a Category 3 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Fluctuations in strength are likely during the next day or so, but Beryl is expected to remain a dangerous major hurricane as its core moves through the Windward Islands into the eastern Caribbean. So there will be fluctuations in strength. They're saying here, let's see, it says here wind speeds atop and on windward sides of hills and mountains are often 30% stronger than near surface winds indicated in this advisory, and in some elevated locations could be greater. So they're saying the higher up you go on wind facing slopes, it could be 30% or more wind power, so you're talking maybe 150 plus miles per hour, which is devastating. That's like a nuclear bomb, okay? That's like the blast wave from a nuclear bomb. Yeah, you can really hear the wind now, Owl Fox. That's right. They're saying life-threatening storm surge will raise water levels by as much as 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds near where the eye makes landfall. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Hurricane Beryl is expected to produce rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados and the Windward Islands through today. Local maximum of 10 inches is possible, especially in the Grenadines. This rainfall may cause flash flooding in vulnerable areas. So this is insane. I do have that one camera that I hope it stays up, but when the sun comes up and it gets brighter, I'm going to turn that camera on, and it's right in the path of the eye. And that camera's just perfect, but it's too dark right now. It's pitch black because it overlooks like a cove, and there's no natural lighting anywhere, so it's just pitch black. You can't see anything. But when the sun comes up, man, that camera's going to be insane. We'll be able to see the eye of the storm coming in. So yeah, I guess there's nothing we can do but just sit and wait. Oh, look, one of the cameras went offline. Oh no, it went back. It's back on. It temporarily went offline. Wow. It shut down for a second there. Um, that could have just been the wind knocking it off. Yeah, temporarily. Wow, that bungalow is really getting pounded hard now. Wow. Man, I wish it was daytime. We would really be able to see all these waves like crazy, but the top right camera went off earlier too, but it came back. Okay. Soon those cameras will be in Cuba and then in Texas. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. So do you guys like the cameras? Should I keep these cameras or should I swap some of them out? What do you guys think? I think they're pretty good. I have some other ones I could change out if you guys are getting bored of these. Yeah, the next full update, full war update will be tomorrow. I'm going to try to see if I can continue the hurricane coverage here tomorrow when it makes landfall. But yeah, we're still on the verge of war with Russia and the situation in the Middle East with Lebanon. I mean, that's still something we got to keep an eye on. So, yeah, you can really hear that wind now. Wow. Yeah, that wind is quite strong. You guys love the cameras? Okay. Yeah, the ocean is amazing. I absolutely love the ocean. I mean, I love where I live. I love the woods and the mountains. But I also love the ocean too, because the ocean is just so vast and unexplored and mysterious. I mean, there's just so much in the ocean that we don't know about. There's like all kinds of creatures and fish that are being discovered every year that we've never seen before. You know, I mean, who knows? I think potentially megalodons could still be living in the ocean, in the Mariana Trench. I wouldn't be surprised if there's megalodons out there. You know, for many years they said giant squids were myth, and then now we know giant squids are real. Now it's 100% legit. You guys remember the show Monster Quest? That was such a good show. That was like circa 2009 to like 2010. Monster Quest. Oh man, that was so good. I'm worried about Grenada. I know some people on a catamaran on that island right now. Oh wow. Well, I guess their best bet is to hunker down, find a sturdy building and get inside, because, you know, look at the surf. Look at the surf on that bungalow. The surf is just insane on that bungalow now. Look at that surf. It's just pounding the bungalow. If I lived on the coast, I'd have a bug out boat. I mean, prepped out big time. No oceans here in Colorado. Yes, you need a bug out boat for sure. I've always told people, if you live on an island, if you live on a peninsula, or if you live on the coastline, you need a bug out boat. You know, if you live like in Florida, Long Island, you know, Cape Cod, places that are basically death traps, no way to escape, you need a way to bug out. You know, look at the waves pounding that bungalow there. They're hitting you see the boardwalk there, a little walkway that goes to that bungalow. You can see the water coming up underneath it now. And those waves are really, there's a lot of water rushing in there now. Wow. If you click back and compare the cams, it's a big change in the sea state. Yeah, you're right. I might eventually just leave one cam up like this one here as things progress. I want to see how this bungalow gets destroyed. I mean, I feel bad for whoever owns it, you know, but it's going to be fascinating to see it destroyed. Those waves are getting pretty violent. Yes, they are. They are getting violent, yep. And the storm surge is coming in. You can see the water. Wow, look at this wave now. That was a big one. And the water's rushing in further, like up the beach, you know. Yeah, it's not low tide yet, but low tide is at 7:30. So we're like halfway to low tide now. And then high tide is going to be in the afternoon, I think. Sometime in the afternoon. So I will say it seems like they might get spared a little bit, because the storm surge is not going to hit right during high tide. Well, actually it might. Let's see, where's the let me check the radar or the satellite here. You can hear the wind now. The wind is just howling like crazy. And the water, look at the water, how far up it's washing up the beach now. The water's like going all the way up. I think we're going to see the electric go out shortly over there. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it looks like, so the outer bands of the storm are now hitting Barbados, but the good news is the eye of the storm is pretty far south of Barbados. So it's probably just going to get like it's going to get hit on the northern part of the northern part of the hurricane is going to give Barbados a glancing blow. But still, we're going to be able to see, you know, some pretty serious action here. Plus, I have that one camera that I'm going to turn on in once the sun comes up, which I think is going to be in like 2 hours. I'll turn the other camera on from the I think it's part of the Grenada. Can't remember what island that one's on, but I think it's like just north of Grenada. You guys remember there was a military operation in the 80s, the Grenada operation, when Reagan was president? They went into Grenada for some reason. I don't know if anybody knows why. Is there like a communist revolution there or something? Or yeah, there's no, I'm looking for cameras from Grenada. I'm going to see if there's, like I said, I have the one camera from, what's the name of that town? Let's see. Well, there's one camera here, but it's weird. It does like pictures. It's not like a video, so it takes like images every couple seconds. So you just get like still shots. I don't know if that's good. But yeah, I can't find any cameras on Grenada, unfortunately. Now what's interesting is Grenada's pretty mountainous, pretty hilly, steep terrain over there. Looks like they have some pretty steep terrain. Let's see, where's my other camera from? I think it's from St. Vincent. I might replace one camera. I might replace the bottom left camera, or bottom right. Top ones I'm gonna keep, but I might replace one of the bottom ones. I'm not sure just yet. might replace one of these cameras on the bottom. I don't know. I might potentially replace the, I don't know, bottom left or bottom right. I don't know. Maybe I'll do bottom left. Replace that one. Wow, strong wind there. I'll show you guys the latest satellite imagery here in a sec. Wow, you can really see the wind on this camera here. The water is right there. These are waterfront homes here. So, you know, we might see the water come in and yeah, I figured the trees blowing, you could really see how much wind there is, you know, and how severe it is. Sigonella just did a test count. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you very much. Sigonella doing a test count is pretty concerning because they're in the Mediterranean, so it could be a sign that they're preparing for something over there. wonder how a submarine does during a hurricane. The submarines, I think they're okay because they go pretty deep, so I would imagine they're probably not affected too much, but maybe they are, I don't know. Landfall's supposed to be sometime in the morning, next couple of hours. A jet put out an emergency message. Let me see if I can turn my thing on here. Now, Barbados may actually dodge a bullet on this one. We'll see. They may get lucky. They may get spared the worst of it. They're kind of to the north. But Grenada is going to get hit directly. Those waves are pretty strong. Look at that one wave on the bungalow now. Some giant waves coming in now. Yeah, all these cameras are now Barbados at this point. Yeah, Grenada's gonna get head on. Grenada's gonna get head on. Let me just go over the latest satellite here. Yeah, so it's almost there. It's let me see if I can get this up on the screen. So you can see the hurricane where it is, and you can see the Windward Islands. So Barbados is just north of the eye wall now. So Barbados may actually get spared the worst, but it looks like the eye is just going straight for Grenada. And I think St. Vincent up there, that little island up there. But yeah, it looks like it's going straight for Grenada now. But looks like the Barbados might. So as you can see, Barbados is that little speck just north of, let me see if I can enlarge this. They don't let me, NOAA doesn't let you zoom in. So I have to zoom in for them. So you see that little speck. That little speck is Barbados. So you can see the northern part of the storm is just starting to hit Barbados now. And the eye wall is a good distance south. So it looks like Barbados is going to get a glancing blow. So we're going to just see the glancing blow. But still, it's going to be, I mean, you don't need the eye wall to go right over you to get the effects. You know, it's still, you know, the winds are extending outward, you know, whatever, 50 miles or more, depending on how strong the storm is. I think this one is like 30 miles. Yep, it's sweeping right below Barbados. That's right. Sweeping right below Barbados. I missed you swapping the one out, Greg. I had to step away. Oh, sorry, I swapped it out. Yeah, I might bring it back. I might bring it back as the sun comes up. We'll see. So yeah, that's what the satellite is showing right now. And then there's a storm right behind it. Look to the right. You see there's another storm forming right behind it. And then there's another one coming off of Africa. So it's like an assembly line of storms. There's literally another storm forming like right behind it. And then there's another one coming off of Africa. So this is insane, guys. This is like July or even August type activity that we're seeing now in the beginning of summer. It's pretty crazy. So Austin's camera? What's an Austin's camera? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, Trinidad and Tobago? Yeah, Trinidad. No, I don't think, I mean, yeah, Trinidad, they're actually not gonna get hit that hard because they're pretty far to the south and there's not many cameras there. There's like hardly any cameras. Barbados has a lot of cameras. I do, like I said, I have one camera that's right just a little bit north of Grenada. I forget exactly where it's located, but it's just north of Grenada. So I'll turn that one on once the storm gets closer. It's in Mustique. So yeah, I have a camera in Mustique, which is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So yeah, I have, let me see. I have a camera from the Grenadines area, just north of Grenada, but south of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it's part of the Grenadines, so it will be a little bit to the north of Grenada, but I think we'll get some good footage. I mean, even these cameras are great. I mean, look how clear they are. They even have lighting. I mean, that's not too common to have lighting, you know. These are some really top dollar cameras here, and the connection is good. I mean, it's incredible. It's very rare to find these kinds of cameras. Just gonna check some flights right now. Oh, we got some activity in Europe. We got a U.S. reconnaissance plane patrolling the Polish-Belarus border. We got another C-17 that went down to Turkey, dropping off supplies for the future war with Lebanon. We got a U.S. Army priority air transport plane taking off from Jordan right now, heading to Cyprus. We got some South Korean reconnaissance planes, airborne. Quiet over the U.S. though right now. Wow, you can really hear the wind now. The wind is really strong. Oyston's area camera. Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you, Jimmy. Better than my blink cameras, yeah. They invest a lot in those cameras over there in those resorts. One in the upper left corner looks like a pretty good low light capability. Yeah, it does. I wonder how the storks are doing. Yeah, I'll check up on the storks. I'm sure they're doing good. It's nighttime now, but actually no, in Poland the sun is coming up already. It's probably already light over there. I can check right now and see how the storks are doing. Let me do that actually. Sun should be coming up over there right now. Or I mean, it should already be like morning time. I might enlarge the bungalow camera soon so we can see the waves crashing into the bungalow. The one on the top right. Greg, Israel's Samson option, is that their main strategic ICBM, or is that nuclear triad name that covers all their nukes, including tactical? Yeah, Samson option just means that they would, it's just the nuclear option. Generally, Samson option is not tactical, it's strategic. So they would use, the Samson option is basically a full-scale strategic strike on Israel's enemies. They call it the Samson option. Tactical is not considered part of the Samson option. Samson option is you know, worst case scenario essentially. You wanted to see the storks, there they are. Looks like the weather's pretty bad over there too. It's pretty windy over there, it looks like. Storks are hunkering down. Hezbollah has thousands and thousands of rockets. Yep. Big Chungus says heavy winds right now. Gonna try to get some sleep. Where's Chungus located? Sounds good, Owl Fox. That sounds good. Good to see you. Yeah, Hezbollah has enough for 1,000 rockets a day for 6 months. So yeah, it's no joke. Yeah, I do remember the 2007 Lebanon war. Yep. Oystins. I'll take a look for oystins. Man, that wind is insane. Yeah, cameras are still up, yeah. Yeah, I think the power may go out soon. As you can see, look at the palm trees on the bottom left. The wind is just howling right now. So the power's probably going to go out. The wind is really picking up. The palm trees are really swaying now. We can check and see what the winds are. Maybe we can do that. See what kind of winds are in Grenada, or not Grenada, Barbados. We got the Windy app here. Let's see what the winds are here in Barbados right now. We got 35 knot winds in Barbados. So what is that, like 40, 45 mile per hour winds? So the eye of the storm is just south of Barbados now, but the storm surge is still going to be pretty significant here. And so here's Grenada, and this is one of the radars here. That's a gigantic eye. Look at the size of that eye. It's insane. It's massive. So yeah, it's just south of Barbados. So Barbados is going to be spared this time. They're pretty lucky because they're kind of just to the north. They're still going to get a lot of rain and stuff, but I don't think it's going to be as catastrophic. I'm sure there'll be some damage too. But looks like Grenada's getting ready for a direct hit. Here's Grenada's right here. Grenada. You can see the eye wall to the right. And it's just going straight towards Grenada. Maybe slightly north. No, it's going like straight for Grenada. So yeah, it's not looking too good. I do have a camera up here from north of Grenada, so when the daylight comes, I'll turn that camera on. Because right now you just can't see anything. It doesn't make sense to have it going. There's the eye wall. Wow. What a monster storm, huh? Look at that thing. And here we have the other tropical system here. This one right here, this is a tropical wave right here. This is going to turn into something probably in the next couple of days. This is exactly how Beryl formed. Beryl formed right here, right in this area. And then we have a wave coming off of Africa right now, look. So we got more coming off of Africa. So it's just like an assembly line. And then we have this tropical depression here hitting Mexico. So this is Barbados, this little island to the north. So Barbados is going to be pretty close. It's pretty, you know, it's still in the main core of the storm. And then here you have Grenada, and there's a ton of lightning there in Grenada. Check it out. You can see the little lightning there. Could you guys imagine being out in the ocean during this storm? Like anywhere in this area here? That would be absolutely insane. Okay, alerts for northern Israel. Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it. Samantha says, I will be praying for those who may be affected by it. 2 German fighter planes are circling in the North Sea. Interesting. But yeah, that's a monster storm there. So yeah, I'll check the flight radar in a sec. We have RC-135 patrolling Eastern Europe right now. And there's just so much going on. It's hard to keep track of everything. We got hurricanes and Lebanon and Ukraine. It's just crazy. So let me just go to the flight tracker for a sec here. The wind sounds so crazy. So here we have Jake 17 doing a loop around Kaliningrad. We got an aerial refueler that just took off from Povids. Wonder where it's going. Probably Turkey or Romania. Probably Turkey. If this refueler goes from Povids to Turkey, that's a sign that they're preparing to go into Lebanon. They moved like several refuelers and C-17s to Turkey, which is right in the theater. So we do have these 2 German Air Force planes here. Very interesting. Raven 1 and Raven 2. Not sure what kind of planes they are. They could be fighters. It's hard to say. Let me see if we can get some info on it. Really not much info on these planes. Flying at 316 knots. Yeah, there's not much info on these planes, but We don't know what kind of planes they are at this stage. Got a bunch of strato tankers here. Could be escorting bombers, possibly. Got three tankers here off the coast of Manchester or Leeds. Look at this. Three aerial refuelers. They could be flying with a bomber. It's just the bomber might be, dark. Might not have its transponder turned on. Look at this. We got a recon drone off of Libya. Now, what's interesting is Libya has been building up their forces on the border of Algeria, and it looks like Libya maybe they're going to invade Tunisia or something, because they've been sending these recon drones here for a while now, and I heard that Libya was building up their forces here on the border of Tunisia and Algeria. So maybe Libya's going to try to take advantage of the situation now, and with all the other wars going on, they may try to make a move and grab some land from Tunisia or something. I don't know. But this is pretty unusual, this much activity here near Tripoli. You guys remember Muammar Gaddafi? You remember how he died when they finally... his people finally caught up to him, and I think they like sodomized him or something. They found him and they sodomized him with like broomsticks or something. Shovels. They used like shovels to sodomize him. And that's a bad way to go. Yeah, I remember that when they found them, it was like crazy. Yeah, that's what we got going on right now, flight-wise. Jimmy Rand says, I remember. Gaddafi wanted to stop using the American dollar to buy oil, so the U.S. had him killed. Yeah, it's very possible, yeah. Yeah. They use the shovel handles. They use the shovel handles to sodomize him, I think. They found him, like, hiding or something, and they sodomized him. I don't remember how they killed him, but... I don't know if they shot him or something, but... He had bad syphilis. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's funny, Michelle. Well, for some people, it's an entry too. Some people like to enter the back door. Bad splinters. Yeah, the wind is really howling over there now. CIA most likely had him killed. They do not want any country to get off the petrodollar. Yeah, that's true. Well, he was also, I mean, his issues with the government go back to the Reagan days. Remember, him and Reagan didn't get along either. It was under Reagan that they, first time that Gaddafi, they striked his regime somehow with strikes of missiles. Wow, the waves are really coming in strong now by the bungalow. I may have to enlarge that bungalow. Michelle says, I know, but here nobody's home. That's funny. Michelle locks the back door. Wow, the waves are really hitting that bungalow hard. Lock the door and throw away the key. Jason says he laughed about killing our Marines and Reagan shut him up. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, Reagan had issues with Gaddafi. Gaddafi was a scumbag. Gaddafi was a communist too. He was, you know... Only took Reagan 9 days to send 2 aircraft carriers and carpet bomb Tripoli. Yeah, Reagan did a great job. Reagan was the man. How's it going, Smile? Smile says from Barbados. What are the conditions like over there? How bad is it? How bad is the condition? Wow, look at the waves now. Those waves are monstrous. They're really pounding the crap out of that bungalow. Look at the waves now. Those are some serious waves. Wow. That's nothing yet. Man, that wind is crazy. I'm sure those legs are on concrete. Yeah, I would imagine it would be concrete, yeah. Good night, Vanessa. Thanks for stopping in and moderating as always. You're the best moderator. I'm gonna leave this camera up for a sec because I think we might see some action here. The waves are really hitting that bungalow hard now, so I think we might see some interesting stuff. I have another angle of this bungalow, but it doesn't show it directly. I think this is the best angle. Look at those waves crashing now. They're pretty serious. See, there's some people from Barbados in here. Smile is from Barbados. I have headphones on. The wind is terrifying to listen to. Really, it doesn't seem too bad on the cameras, but I guess it's a lot worse in real life, I would imagine. The water is coming up further on the beach. Yep, it is. Yep. It's definitely coming up further on the beach. Yeah, be safe. Smile, be safe. Find a safe area that's, you know, built real solidly. Find a concrete structure. You know, go into like a basement or something, or a good solid building. And don't go outside anywhere. Stay indoors, so you don't get hit by the debris. The wind could carry debris. Yeah, the cameras do seem pretty solidly mounted. The kitty's doing good, and thanks for tuning in, Rhonda. Have fun with walking your dog. You're in the Bahamas now on vacation. Yeah, fortunately the Bahamas are far away from here, but yeah, you want to be high up because of storm surge. Well, yeah, if you're close to the coastline, then yeah, you don't want to be in a basement for sure. But if you're far from the coastline, it's better to be down in a basement somewhere, as long as you're far from the coast. If flooding is not a concern, obviously. If flooding is a concern, then yeah, you don't want to be in the basement. But if you're like a good distance away where the storm surge is not going to reach you, then a basement is a good option because it protects you from the wind. If there's any buildings that collapse or something like that, depending on what your building is made of, you know. Barbados rarely has basements. Okay. Even the hotels and stuff, they don't have basements either. I would imagine like hotels might have it. But are there any mountains in Barbados? I would imagine Barbados is pretty mountainous, right? A lot of sandbags. Barbados is entirely flat. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. It's a coral island. Oh, wow. Interesting. What does that actually mean, a coral island? Does that mean it's all just corals? The whole island is... That's interesting. Because a lot of the other islands in the area have a lot of mountains. Tobago has the central mountain range. It seems like a lot of those islands. I saw like Grenada has mountains, and all the Windward Islands have mountains on them. That's why I thought Barbados maybe has it too. But maybe not. Guess I'm wrong. Yeah, these waves are really getting intense now. Yeah, let's all pray for the hurricane to move away from Smile and the people. Yes. Keep them in your prayers. It looks like Barbados is going to be spared the worst of it, though, I think, based on the satellite. It looks like they're going to be spared, but it looks like Grenada and the Grenadines are going to get hit harder, I think. And look at those palm trees. They're really taking a beating now. Wow, that wind is scary. Yeah, I can hear that wind. Wow. All my pillows just flew off the bed. Yeah, the storm is really picking up now. Those waves look crazy. Especially by the bungalow. The bungalow is, waves by the bungalow are really pounding that bungalow. See if I can enlarge the bungalow camera. That one, that's going to be interesting to see. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Mike says open the back door. Look at those giant waves behind the bungalow coming in. I'd give it another, I'd say another hour or two, and that bungalow is going to start to sustain some serious damage. You can see the waves right behind it. Right, yeah, so the tiki drinks don't spill. That's right. These cameras are in Barbados. What do you guys think of this camera here? The bungalow camera. The sun is going to start coming up soon. Okay, it's good. Pretty solid view. Yeah, the bungalow's holding up. Looks great, says Jimmy. Yeah, the bungalow's holding up, but there's some strong waves coming towards it, so I don't know. You can see those pretty big waves there. The storm did weaken just a little bit. It's going through an eye wall replacement cycle now, so. But looks like Barbados is pretty much in the thick of it now. Yeah, it's still Barbados, yep. Let me show you guys the satellite so you can see. So there's the satellite. So Barbados is right here. So Barbados is kind of in the thick of it now. But it's undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, so. It's kind of hard to tell which direction it's going. It kind of looks like it wants to go more north now. I see you guys are talking about 308s. Yeah, I have both a 16-inch 308 AR-10 and a 20-inch 308 AR-10, and I would say 20 inch is too long for most situations that you'd need an AR for. I would say I would go. I mean, I hit with my 16-inch barrel. I shoot all the way out to 700 yards with it, no problem. You're gonna lose a lot of energy at that distance, but if you're looking for something more general purpose, I would go 16, because you have plenty of power, and it's a lot more portable, depending on if you're going suppressed or not. I run mine suppressed, so suppressor adds another 6 inches on top of that. That's why I went with the 16. And so, but yeah, I mean, 16, I still like, I can easily hit 500 yards all day long, even in light to moderate wind, no issues at 500 yards with the 16-inch barrel. It's just going beyond 500, you're going to lose a lot of energy, but still, I mean, 16 inches, you're still talking about double the power of a 5.56, even with a 16-inch barrel. Still double the energy. So, and that's not including hand loading. Hand loading, you can even go more. So, oh, no problem, Michelle. I'm glad you find my cameras useful. Yeah, suppressed shooting makes a big difference. Not so much with 308. I mean, I'm talking more about the shooting experience. 308 is not really a loud or heavy recoiler, but if you go up to like 300, any of the big magnums, the suppressed shooting, it makes a huge difference. Like 300 Win Mag, the noise and the recoil, it's like night and day. Even 338 Lapua makes a huge difference. Yeah, they're talking about getting rid of suppressors from the NFA. That would be really awesome. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, they've been trying to do that for years, so hopefully they go through with it. That would be amazing. I'll be right back, guys.